Well, it isn't now, but we grew up. Then. I grew up too. Standing up as we're going down.
I know, but when you get older, you don't take those guns.
So Christian, I earned those days again.
You don't get me smart.
All right, we're live. We're on it. All right. Welcome to the October 20th meeting, Riley County Commission. Please join in the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning. That's not quite as cold as it has been.
Yeah, but nice. I like it.
I'm sure you're looking forward to Sunday. It's supposed to be 85.
Summer,
yay!
Summer,
Meeting on Zoom, any public comment?
For Reach, I was just wondering if the employee of the year, Sharon could get a picture with the commissioner.
Sure.
I suppose.
Way to go, Tom.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
I wasn't
You weren't here.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I don't think this will really show, but.
All right, everybody ready? Rock there. All right.
Thank you very
Hey,
much.
yeah.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Congratulations once
Thank
again.
you.
Yeah.
Sure.
Good morning, Commissioners. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager, and I am here to introduce our new Human Resource Assistant, Marla Johnson.
Oh,
Yeah, so
morning.
Marla came on about, this is her second full week?
Yes.
Yeah. And she'll be the point of contact for recruiting and retention. So a lot of the supervisors who have positions open have already seen her name, but I'm trying to get her out there and get her to meet some people.
Nice to meet you all. Very
You too.
excited to be here, and I hope to be useful for everybody.
Welcome to the county.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, I should mention, so Marla has a really good history. She's worked both mostly in private sector. She is bilingual and she is fairly new to our area. So her and her husband moved here. When did you get here?
2020.
Yeah. So
Okay.
Yep.
Glad to have you on board.
Welcome.
welcome.
Thank you.
John.
Yes. John Ellerman, Public Works, and the City of Garden City's levy project is doing some work on their wholesale water line, which affects Kcca Water. And next week, Wednesday, there'll be a planned outage, so people will be without water or pressure for at least 6 hours. They're saying about 6 hours, starting at 9 o'clock on Wednesday. We're working on putting up door hangers tomorrow and getting it out on radio and social media and get.
Where is it?
Kcca Water, which is east side of town, down 78. No, what highway is it? 77. So I'm sorry. So
Can we get a press release?
working on
press release.
Evan's
Okay.
working on that too yet. And we found that out yesterday afternoon.
Right. That's an area that's had the water shut off several different times, so we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, this is different.
Yeah,
than what happened the last time, but
correct.
right, it's still on.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so. So, commissioners.
Okay. Well, good to be back.
You have no idea.
Let's see, last Friday morning, I met with Barry Wilkerson to make several reference calls for the director of the RCPD. Then in the afternoon, Amanda Percy and I took a road trip up to Wildcat Township to look at some potential lagoon sites for the Keats wastewater project. We looked at several locations that might be suitable. It was good to get out and look at the properties and kind of get a feel for that. Then later that day, I worked on a written summary of all the references we had called so that we would have that information available to the other law board members. So it's like a written, plus not forgetting, you know, you get all of those people, well, there's not that many, but getting all the comments
Straight.
straight, you know. Then Sunday evening, we made another final call to a reference who couldn't talk any other time. So we finally finished our team's work on calling references. Monday, I drove to the Kcca conference in Overland Park. After checking in, I joined the monthly law board meeting that was held in Leonardville via Zoom. Audio was really bad, so I didn't hear a lot of what was discussed in the early meeting. And John had the same problem because he was on the road. They finally got it fixed right before our executive session, in which we discussed details of the upcoming schedule for next week for the 3 candidates that will be coming in for the position. Then the press release had been read. They gave the names of the candidates, the 3 of them. One is internal, and one from, is it Edwardsville, in Wyandotte County, and one from Vermont. So they will be coming in next week. Time and location for the public to meet and ask questions of all the candidates is on Thursday, October 27th at the Manhattan Fire Station at Denison and Kimball. It'll start at 6 o'clock with a presentation by the candidates and then kind of an open forum for the public to ask questions. So with all that, I was unable to attend several breakout sessions that afternoon, but I was able to get into one. And then that evening I attended the Women of Kcca gathering that included speakers on the Amelia Earhart statue that was designed and cast in Kansas and then shipped to Washington, D.C., where it now sits in the Statuary Hall in the Capitol. And that was done in August. There is a twin statue there in Atchison at the museum that is an exact match in DC, which is outside. There's talk of it moving to the Kansas Capitol, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. So it's beautiful. Anyway, then there was a second presentation made on women of legacy and the importance of documenting history for future generations. And Anna was there, and so was Elizabeth. So we had a good time. It was a great breakout session. Tuesday and Wednesday were busy at the conference with various informative sessions on state, national issues, and sessions for the affiliate and associate groups of the Kcca. And then the conference ended at about noon yesterday. So here we are.
Right. Oh boy, it's been a couple weeks.
Yeah.
It's been a whirlwind of a couple last weeks. Never felt so good to be home and in my own bed as I was last night. Thursday, while I did Zoom into the morning commission meeting, I was traveling back to Kentucky to spend time with the family after the passing of my grandmother. And Friday morning, we had the funeral services and we buried her later that day. She was 77. And she's going to be forever missed by family and friends. For me, it's kind of an end of an era because that was the last of my grandparents, but extremely grateful for all the time I've been able to spend with all my grandparents through the years and appreciative of the lessons each one has taught me along the way. Friday evening, congratulations once again to Manhattan High. They beat Lansing 65-0 to run the record to 7-0. Lansing must be really growing because they've gone from 3A to 5A pretty quick. Yeah. So caught me by surprise that they were playing. I thought we should have played 3A teams and I realized they were 5A. Yeah, makes a lot more sense. So Manhattan still staying number 1 in Class 6A. Got a pretty tough matchup on Friday against Wichita Northwest, but hopefully they keep the momentum rolling. weekend was spent kind of just relaxing, spending some more time with family while I was there in Kentucky. Early Monday morning, and I say early, I mean like 3:30 in the morning early. So maybe that's to some people that's still night. I don't know. I passed that threshold, so we'll just go with morning. I traveled back to Kansas City for the KAC annual conference and exposition. While traveling back, I was also able to Zoom the RCPD Law Board meeting that was held in person in Leonardville. I had a hard time with the audio as well. Kind of expected that being up there away from the normal realm of technology that was available. Looked like it was a pretty short meeting for the most part. And we did have a couple of executive sessions. One dealt with personnel and the affirmation of discipline. The other one was to kind of finalize those last details of the interview and public forum process that we're going to have next week for the 3 CPD director candidates. That information was released publicly during that meeting, as mentioned prior. Due to traveling Monday, I missed much of the early day activities and breakout sessions at the conference, but I was heard and told that they were very solid and informative as they typically are. Tuesday was day 2 of that conference. We heard from staff and members of the KAC Board of Directors and current NACO President Denise Winfrey, who's a commissioner in Will County, Illinois. Illinois. Did I get that right?
Is that correct, Ms. Marla?
Illinois.
No S.
There's no.
I'm putting an S on it. Deal with
Is there
it.
any other back?
I'm putting an S on it. Deal with it.
There was an S there. I just
I know.
was going to remember an E at the end.
No, there was no E at the end.
Would be on noise, right?
No
Yeah.
E at the end. of it.
You could say home of the Illini.
That would be a line, that would be accurate.
That's like saying
Well,
Nebraska, home of the Cornhuskers.
Also accurate.
We're just trying to help.
Yeah. Quit trying to help.
We're just here to help.
We're just here to help.
Quit trying to help everybody. Appreciate it though. Also, after we heard from our NACO president, state to still be named later, apparently.
Chicago, she's from Chicago.
Yeah, it is the Chicago area. Yeah, you are correct. The ACEC 61st Annual County Public Improvement Award was presented to Kingwood County for a project they had on a bridge replacement. After a quick break, we heard 2 presentations. The first were from Jonathan Clayton, Director of the Economic Recovery at the Kansas Department of Commerce. And the last one was given by Alyssa Ice and Jason Fizzle. No E on the end of that one either.
Illinois.
Walk right into that one. From the Kansas Housing Resource Corporation. I also took in the Balancing Values and Build Communities Within County Leadership breakout session presented by Patty Gentro, Consulting Services Manager from the University to the East Public Management Center. After lunch, had a breakout session with the other large urban counties and discuss the challenges we face in the state, including dark store, revenue neutral rate, demand transfers, and the LAVTR, which is also demand transfers. Last part of the day was the exposition, which featured many different booths, vendors, equipment, and technology, which was exceptional this year. It was much more like 2019 than each of the prior years. Wednesday, we finished off the conference by discussing each of the breakout sessions by population at breakfast. Cited on the public health emergency preparedness state and local overview. Presenters were Often Gardner, public health administrator at Wallace County, as well as Rebecca Adamson, who's the preparedness program section director at KDHE, and Jason Tiller, who's the director of Saline County Health Department. Lastly, we had our Kcca meeting, which included a change to bylaws and constitution, update on financial committee members and governing members as well. Heard an update from KAC Executive Director Bruce Chadney and NACO as well. First presenter was Tracy Burton from the Kansas Natural Resources Coalition. And then we heard from the Kansas Treasurers on the motor vehicle bill, which will be reintroduced this session. That's from our very own Shiloh Hager and Joe Grossliano. I didn't catch his last name entirely. No E on the end of that either, by the way. Crawford County Treasurer. Last person we heard from was Mike Taylor, the lobbyist for the KCCA organization on legislative priorities for the year. Got back yesterday afternoon. Like I said, good to be at home. Also had a Zoom call yesterday with the Flint Hills MPO. short meeting. We heard a few updates from the MPO as well as KDOT, a lot going on at KDOT, as we're all aware. We passed an update to Amendment 2 of the Unified Planning Work Program, discussed the 2023 UPWP, and some updates that'll come along with that, as well as our local matches, which will be a straight up 80-20 split this next year for the first time in a long time. The organization is also making plans to hire a new transportation planner in the near future that will replace Jared Tremblay, who obviously took over as manager of the organization. So we'll meet again on November 16th. That's all I've got. That's all. That's all. It's been a week. Sorry, it's been a week.
There's this week was attending the Association of Counties Conference. And they covered a lot of things. So we had a thing, the first keynote was about funds available from BIL and some other initials that I don't remember now. About for a number of other projects, but also a lot of them for roads and bridges. And the second day, there was one about funding available for moderate income housing. And they both had a lot of information. Like I said, there's a number of workshops over the days. One was talking on better communication with citizens and things you need to do. And we were pretty much doing everything already that they suggested. Then another one that was on communication within the county, and that reinforced my thoughts that we don't need the county administrator. Other county administrators said, well, some of the commissioners try to talk directly to the department heads.
How dare you?
Yeah, I know, right? Wow. And
That's a mouthful too.
so I started talking to some of the other people around me from other counties, and oh yeah, he said I go to the department head from Reno, so I go once or twice a year. Wow. On the last one I read was How to Read Kansas Statutes by Jay Hall. It's an attorney, and it was informative, also entertaining. He does a good job. And I think that's enough.
Okay, ready for business, commissioners? First item I have, need a motion to approve highway use permit granting WTC Communication permission to work in the right of way to place fiber optic cable on Avery Avenue to Potter Hall.
I'll make a motion to approve the highway use permit for WTC Communications.
Yeah, I would second that, but with the comment that it did come out in Kcca that it would be possible to charge private enterprises fees for going on our easements, so that was kind of interesting.
And we do clip franchise fees from some of those entities, but yeah, not for the easement.
Yeah, if they tear up our easements and we don't. Anyway, I was second to that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the highway use permit for WTC. All in favor?
Aye.
Chairman, sign please. Next, Riley County Personnel Action Form for Patricia Council for promotion of the appraiser free land in the appraisal department. All three sign, please. Next, I need a motion for accounts payable and payroll, please.
I would make a motion to approve the payroll accounts payable.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve payroll accounts payable. All in favor?
All three sign, please. Any changes in minutes, commissioners?
No, I don't think. I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes as written from the October 13th 2022 meeting of the Riley County Commission.
Second.
And moved and seconded to approve the minutes, the October 13th meeting, all in favor?
Aye.
I still like that change in our process the best. In a long time. Next, any changes to the tentative agendas? Any items for next week's press conference?
First, make a-
Oh. I don't know yet, are you guys? I know who I am.
You come back for John.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
I missed one.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, lady.
That's all right. And you have mine to catch up on sleep. I don't sleep.
Right there.
Anything.
I didn't sleep well.
Beds, I don't.
No, I slept well the first night, but after that dinner, it's like, I couldn't sleep hardly at all. It's good.
Yeah, it was very good.
Definitely couldn't sleep on your stomach that night. Yeah, I still
That
am not,
was the best thing I said.
still not sure I feel right. After that,
Yeah,
that was embarrassing.
that was good. That was a really good thing.
Commissioners do have a couple little items here. Scott Carmichael with Soil Conservation would like to know if there are any dates available this fall that might work for a tour for the commissioners. Remember, he had suggested that one on a Friday, and we'd suggest, one during a regular commission day is traditionally how we'd always done it. So probably if you want to do one, given the time of the year we are, probably the sooner the better.
October, the rest of October is not good for
Not
me.
good for me either.
Maybe try for one in the spring or something.
Yeah, might be good.
We'll suggest that.
Yeah.
No, wait, right.
Yeah, you're getting into holidays and
Kind of hard to see growth of plants and stuff this year during harvest.
Since it
And
froze
fall,
already. Yeah, it was like,
And then next commissioners, the city of Manhattan commissioners would like to extend an invitation to the county commissioners and USD 383 to join them on Old Engine number 1 for 2 upcoming parades. Details are, they want to know by Monday, October 24th, homecoming parade. There are 7 seats available, and that's Friday, October 25th at 5 p.m., followed by a pep rally at the band show. And then Veterans Day Parade, 5 seats available, Friday, November 11th at 9:30 a.m.
I'm joining our fire staff already for homecoming.
Okay.
So I'll be on ours.
Oh.
Veterans Day is fine if it's available.
are we going to, on Veterans Day, are we going to have seats in the review stand too? So.
Usually it takes you right up to there and then you can review the rest of it.
Yeah. I'd already responded that I would, but I don't know.
And I won't, I'm setting barricades.
Oh, that's right. We got to.
I know you did.
I don't,
For homecoming, yeah, I'll sign it.
homecoming's good. But I don't care if it's the city or the county. Depending on-
I wrote on theirs in 2019. They do a good job. Fire guys over there take good care of everybody.
So Greg, you'll ride on the homecoming, and Catherine, you'll ride on the homecoming.
That's the
Yeah.
25th.
Next Friday.
25th at 5 p.m.
We haven't been saying with the law, the law board would be over. But
Wait a minute.
No,
No, it should be the 28th.
Yeah, maybe it is, but I'm reading off of here.
Okay.
Yeah,
It should be the
looks
28th.
like 28.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just reading off here, but you're correct. Friday is the 28th.
yeah, oh yeah, I promised it.
Sounds good.
It's at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
Where do they start?
You might want to get into the parade or somewhere a little closer to 4 though.
Yeah.
Because they'll be lined up over here.
That neither one of them says, sorry. It says details below, but that detail's left out.
Okay.
It's usually at the Dillon's parking lot, but I don't know if they've changed it.
No, it's right across the way over here. Yeah. You might have somebody from the city maybe show us which spot it actually is over there. That changes year to year.
Next commissioners, you have Danny Holgren and Lee Wolf at 9:00.
Mr. Chairman, I did have one thing I should have brought up during public comment. Need to ask the board, we got a executive session on the agenda at 10:30 that I need to ask the board to just continue that indefinitely. We need to select a different date. So that's what I mentioned to you. So would appreciate if the board would just,
So table it for today.
yeah, table that one indefinitely and we'll reschedule.
Yeah, I agree. Snow on my sheet here for the end of the day.
You need a motion on
Danny,
that?
how you doing?
You need a motion on that? Couldn't remember what we normally do. For amending the agenda.
What we usually do is just cancel it.
Either way,
By consensus.
Mhm.
and that's fine. Just didn't want to slow past.
Usually we do a motion to add one.
Sitting in meetings all day, just where, yeah. You know, it's in my watch that. That's what in service is like at the start of this. That's good. We said that meeting all this is a desert, yeah. Then had a huge meal after. Oh, lock me up.
I can't do that anymore.
I unfortunately got on the scales this week, but oh.
Believe me, I totally understand.
Few days, but yeah, Lansing 11 working both sides.
Yeah, no, Level has been that way for a long time, but Lansing used to be pretty,
No, that's what say that's when my kid in my school, we played Lansing.
let's call that on the schedule. That's on the ends.
See, that was just 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Go 3A.
Yeah. When my cousin graduated from there, it's still 3A.
Danny's there no lead today?
There is it. You just got the B team.
Okay.
I was thinking the A team.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Well, this Saturday, I go back to Kansas City for the day. Family, a lot family. No, it's not Kentucky, but it's
Yeah.
same thing, just driving and driving.
Tell you what, driving through the southern part of Indiana at 3:30 in the morning, it's quite an adventure.
Oh, really?
Because you're kind of down there in the canyons and it was kind of cloudy, so there was absolutely no lights. I usually stop outside of Evansville at this truck stop. It's kind of my thing. And took the wrong exit.
Oh,
I couldn't see it, you know, so I had to kind of backtrack to get back up to it. We were flying anywhere I was going, but it just shows you how much light can throw you off.
Driving at 4 in the morning.
Mhm.
I'm sure it's.
But I wasn't quite awake all the way yet either, so.
You ready, commissioners?
Oh, it's fine.
Written in?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I won't take much of your time. Thank you for making space on your agenda. I know that you're busy and sometimes it feels like we have a lot to present and sometimes it doesn't. I want to let you know that if you ever have questions about services or you want to see different numbers, different data about Riley County in particular, let me know and we'll add that into our presentation. We just want to have at least a semi-annual presentation so that we leave the door open for questions from you all. We have good news. Kcca received 3 awards recently. 2 of those came from Kcca as community health quality recognition badges. One of those is for being in the top 10% of clinics that achieve best overall clinic quality measures. As a health center, we are focused on not only adding access to primary care, but also quality. And so we report out on things like hypertension control, A1C control, cervical cancer screenings, breast cancer screenings, a number of measures that are all obtained from our electronic health record and go into the federal government so they can see that we're not just providing care, but we're providing good quality care and people are getting healthier in the communities that we serve. The second badge was a Advancing Health Information Technology award. During COVID, we were afforded the opportunity to get some new funding streams that allowed us to increase our information technology infrastructure, both in Manhattan and Junction City. So we completely renovated our infrastructure from servers to switches to workstations, really trying to give our team the best quality equipment so that they can get the job done. There's nothing more frustrating than when your computer doesn't work or the internet doesn't work. I mean, we can operate through power being out, but shut down the internet and our phones are down and it comes to a screeching halt. So we wanted to increase the infrastructure while we had the opportunity to make that investment because it probably won't happen again. And we will come up with a strategic plan to keep it up to date as we move into the future. 2 weeks ago, the Primary Care Association in Kansas, the Community Care Network of Kansas, held its conference here in Manhattan. And Kcca was awarded the Diabetes Clinical Quality High Performer Award. Compared to health centers across the nation, we are in the top 25 percentile, not only for diabetes and A1C control, hypertension control, cancer screenings, depression screenings, and follow-up plans as well. Much because of our behavioral health department, we have a full-time psychiatrist. That's unusual for a lot of health centers. And we have 2 full-time therapists as well. So we're able to seamlessly get those patients from the medical side or the dental side into behavioral health services. Of course, referring to Pawnee for higher level, more complex cases, we work really closely with them. We can't see everything for behavioral health purposes in our clinic, but we do the best we can to provide the most care under the same roof and then get them onto higher levels of care when needed. Our team has been busy assisting with MART efforts as well for Afghan resettlement. Those patients are seen both in the Manhattan Clinic and we also transport to Junction City if they need lab work. We have expanded laboratory services in Junction City. Just because of our limited footprint in Manhattan, we can't we don't have those service lines available here. And we are excited that we were able to actually contract with a in-person Pashto and Dari speaking interpreter, which has changed that whole process tremendously. We have to provide interpretation and translation services, but we typically use an iPad and a phone line. We were able to hire somebody locally who can come in and interpret for patients. And we are looking to hire a second interpreter, a female, to assist with some of those appointments as well. Our staff satisfaction with the process is better. I think patients, they light up when they see somebody that is familiar or that is in person to help them because there's only so much that you can say through a screen. So we're excited about that. And we'll continue to look for ways to expand it. It's unusual. We fell into it. We kept the door open with a lot of the patients that we've served from the MART program. And then when they need employment services as well, if there's a way that we can scoop them up as employees or independent contractors and have them assist in the efforts moving forward, that's kind of the mission. We are hiring a full-time dentist right now in the Manhattan clinic. Dr. Polson is leaving. We do have coverage for dental services in Manhattan. While he is out, our dentist in Manhattan or Junction City will be rotating through, but we do have a full-time dental position available as well. And then just a brief COVID update. We continue to work with Julie Gibbs at the health department to get free tests from the HRSA COVID supply. We'll continue to do that as long as we can order. We've distributed just over 9,400 free tests in the Riley County community. And it's just kind of based on need. Our community health worker assists in delivering those to different community agencies and populations that don't have access to transportation or are more at risk. And so I doubt there'll be much notice when they shut that off. They've shut off free masks and other supplies since the COVID pandemic. But as long as we can keep that going, we will, because I think it's a benefit to everybody. Having that testing available at home is convenient and it reduces exposure for healthcare workers too. Do you have any questions?
No, Commissioner's got a question.
Sure.
You guys were talking about looking for a place for a larger footprint in Riley County at one point in time.
That's
Is that
correct.
still ongoing?
It is ongoing. We recently had a meeting with the Kansas State Foundation to see if there are any opportunities for partnership there. The new PA program at K-State, we actually have a former employee who was a dental hygienist. She was a dentist in the country she came from. She came to Kcca and became a dental hygienist, and she went back to school and now she's going to be a PA. Incredibly smart, and she's going to be doing her hours through our Manhattan clinic at Kcca. So we've established that partnership with Dr. Dubé at K-State and the PA program, looking for ways to expand it to give those students experience with community health center work, and it'll benefit our patients as well. We need space to do that. We just need a bigger footprint.
Do you have students coming in for care as well?
Yes, we do. I don't have those numbers for you. I could sure get them next time. But they apply for the sliding fee scale just like any patient would. And we emphasize not just acute care, but connected to primary care. Even as a student, they sometimes have chronic conditions, or we can catch things earlier. So getting them established so that they aren't just going in when they're sick or they have the flu or they don't feel good, but they are getting their annual checkups and those sorts of things too. Any other questions? Thank you so much for your time. Like I said, if there's anything in particular you want to see, my email address is available, or give us a heads up and we'll add whatever data or anything that's meaningful to you so that you can be aware of what the community health center is doing in your community.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Danny. Next, Commissioner, you have Clancy Holman, 9:15 executive session. Always been impressed with her. She does a good job.
Yes. Should ask them how many square feet.
Well, it sounded like they were looking at a parcel of land at one time, so I don't know if that fell through. We're still looking for others now, but well, I think that'd be a huge benefit for the community, plus give us much more footage.
Yeah.
What about over the existing ambulance? Where the ambulance is now?
That's big.
I don't know if that's.
They're expecting that now, I think. That don't get them. Oh, that good.
But I didn't know what the actual square footage was.
I don't know the numbers, but I think they have more space.
Do they
now
have
than
more?
we do over at
I think back that motion.
No.
I didn't make another
I get it.
I want
15 minutes, you going the full time?
Don't you think?
Yes, oh yeah, for sure.
And I'll get this back to you.
No problem.
I managed to lose it when there's virtually nothing in the desk.
I do that, but I can't say there's virtually nothing on my desk. My desk is a mess. Don, you got a game to go to this weekend?
No, maybe Monday, that's cracked.
It's a good drive.
Well, it was late night. I think it was 1 o'clock before we saw the bed last night.
You're young.
And both games went in extra sets, so.
Oh, never fails. Yeah, you know that's gonna happen.
Maybe have our mistake. Just see what's out.
Yeah. We can't be hurt,
Can't very bad. There's a fallback position.
I would have ran there for fixing the floor. Or developed like this last couple of weeks.
Oh.
I don't know.
We'll find out, but. Return for. And then. Intention. I'm not using it to say that's what we're gonna do. But on us find out, we can get access to that.
If there's bigger issues than that. School surcharge. I'm gonna sit down. What? I jumped the line on the wrong person. I didn't do that.
That makes 2 votes.
Oh, I know that every Monday and Thursday.
University Park.
Makes a motion. Okay.
University Park.
I
Said,
I was
the head of the board.
It was about this two, and I'm off that. You know, the hands and what. Did it, or if I just thought I did. So I'll check on that today. And then we'll see exactly what it is. Yeah.
It looks sure they know what's.
Well, it will still be too late. We got to get everything up notice, but I don't love it.
Okay. After our last meeting, so we're leaving the Kcca offices there, they were pile or stuff here, and Jay was out there to help another. Jay with just sweatshirt and jeans on. I said, I've never seen you not in a suit. He said, well, I didn't want to carry stuff. I said, I'm not surprised.
I was out in Clark County, Nevada for the annual convention in 19. He was there. He was a lobbyist for hotel and management industry at the time. So he actually worked out in Vegas. Yeah. He was there with his wife, and then Craig was there with his wife, and we all had dinner. And So I have seen it in plain clothes before, yes.
I'm just kidding about, but yeah, he gives that thing about how to read statutes. It was really, I mean, good job talking about, it, but also joking about, well, that's what they say this, you have to be sure to read.
Oh, good.
It
Good.
is.
Yeah, he's unflappable
Yeah,
because there have been technology issues I've seen him deal with on the fly during presentations.
at least it's not visible. 9:15.
Right. All right, plans to.
Okay, we have the executive session. Like to use.
Catherine,
9:15. Okay. I'll go ahead and move that the Board of Riley County Commissioners, including Chairman McKinley, Vice Chair Pokey, and Commissioner Ford, with Clancy Holman, County Counselor, Attorney for the Board, and Rich Vargo, County Clerk, recess into executive session pursuant to the preliminary discussions relating to the acquisition of real property exceptions to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and the open meeting to resume in the County Commission chamber at 9:30. Yeah, 9:30 a.m.
I would second that.
we moved and seconded to go into executive session, all in favor?
Aye.
So it did nothing about serious.
So once you hit 9:30 to me until my.
Looking at-
Yeah, that's what. It is. Okay, I guess I'll go ahead and move that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I would second that.
Then moved and seconded to come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Also move that the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with consensus reached in executive session.
Second.
Oh, second.
Then moved and seconded that actions were taken consistent with consensus. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, members of the board. I would like to ask for we add an additional executive session, the very same grounds, different item. But I would ask that if the board's okay with adding that now, you add an additional executive session for the same purpose.
Okay. Make a motion that we add an executive session. I guess that's going to be to your administrative work session time.
Yes.
For so 9:50.
We can do 15 minutes. I think.
Okay.
I would second that.
Second doing that to add an executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll go ahead and move that the Board of County Commissioners, including Chairman McKinley, Vice Chair Foki, and Commissioner Ford, with Clancy Holman, County Counselor, Attorney for the Board, and Large Fargo County Clerk, recess into executive session pursuant to the preliminary discussions relating to the acquisition of real property exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act. The open meeting to resume in the County Commission Chamber at 9:45 a.m.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
When the kids, you imagine all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Back on?
Yep.
All right.
Hi. You want to go ahead and meet with the Board of County Commissioners, come out of executive session?
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Also, that the record reflect the action shall be taken consistent with consensus reached in executive session.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded. The action were taken consistent with consensus. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We could do that.
Okay. We're all on the same plane there.
Next Commissioner, you have John Ellerman at 9:50 on the bid opening.
Okay.
Thank you. What, it's fence questions. Is that executive session or?
Well, it just depends on what, if it's specifics about one, probably ought to be an executive session. It just depends. I mean, it just, there's nothing that, go ahead.
But I just said, because I understand when there's a dispute, I thought it was where a fence should be, but to have one put in. why-
No, it's the only question. And that's where this really kind of unravels is people want to, they want to resolve longstanding disputes over location and, you know, style. Or whether or not, like, as I said, one of the first things you look at is each side of where the fence in question is it being used in the same way? And it doesn't matter if it's pasture or cropland. If it is, there's no fence fee. Because it's only if they're used, and only lawyers could come up with this and get it through the legislature. Otherwise than in common, instead of just saying if it's used in the same way, there's no fence view.
Really?
Because it's
There's no
designed to
fence. They keep-
protect pasture land. Well, it's designed to protect cropland from the use of pasture on the other side. And potentially vice versa. But if it's used the same way, there's no fence view.
You can't, or he could put a fence, but he can't require the other one to
Exactly.
pay for it.
Yeah, because normally what you do is
Same use.
you go out and you make a decision. The traditional way to do it is the board, remember the board faces the fence and one side, one half at the halfway point, or what is the best determined to be the halfway point. One side goes to one landowner, the responsibility for maintenance, and the other side, the other half goes to the other landowner.
And I think it even says on the right-hand side of each facing each other.
Yeah,
At the halfway
there's a
point.
tradition
Oh,
for that.
really?
Yeah, there really is. And I can't remember which one is which, but the deal is you just divide up the maintenance responsibility. That's what it's all about. And there's a whole string of those statutes.
Well, like I said, it's I got tied up in one of those. I was did come to the county and eventually, I think he said he tried to stop him. He was telling me, oh, there's rules of, you know, and they're 100 years old, these rules of benefits
Yeah.
between property.
Where,
That, like for the people next to him on his pasture, he's just, it's a residence.
One amendment that they've made, and I can't say it's the last one, is that you have the ability to designate other people to be the fence viewers. So you might use that as a stick to keep
We've done
John
that
in line.
before.
We can,
Yeah,
I would say we tell,
Done that
sign it
before.
to John.
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Public Works engineer, or county engineer.
I was researching,
The one that needs to be much smaller, because everything, he has, his department has all the miscellaneous little things, gets
Yeah,
thrown in his department.
it's been done before when there was not going to be a quorum available commissioners at a time when it had to be done. But I'm not encouraging that. I'm
No,
just saying
I thought,
Yeah, it's just interesting that that's just about the most recent amendment that I'm aware of. I haven't gone back and looked at the statutory scheme in quite, we haven't had a request in quite a while.
I just changed that for one ton of them.
The one just west of Riley's, the last one I remember. Before that, we had one, low ones over there on next to County Road 402, across from Sedalia Church.
oh, Roland's got one. I don't know.
There was a string of them there for a while. Gotcha.
That's not-
Ready, Commissioner?
We're ready. We have a bid opening for the High Plains Ranch Road asphalt overlay. First and the only one I have is from Showing Construction right there. Okay. The total that I am seeing here is $146,653. So this is the only bid.
So I have a time frame.
I'm getting ready to look here, yeah. The weather permitting will start on November 15th of this year. 10 working days, probably weather permitting, obviously. And that's all I see.
John, was that in there? I know they had looked at that for a while. Is this number close to where they were? Number
I
one,
want to think. I've estimated about 160, 170,000,
I thought that's what we were at.
yeah,
but I think one of the original ones was closer to 130.
yeah.
Okay, is there an engineer estimate on this?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, just
What
there is something. Okay.
Well, they do need to know. Yeah, we do need to know.
There is an attached bid bond. Bid from Schilling Construction. In the amount. $146,653. Weather permitting, starting on November 15th for 10 days.
With that, I might be back to ask how we're going to pay for that. For the bottom money to pay for that. For their,
No, they've set up that taxing district.
right, but we have to pay for
Have
it
to pay
first.
for it.
And
And,
then
yeah,
they'll incrementally pay it back. Engineer's estimate, just for the record, was $170,950.
What was that again, John?
$170,950. Well underneath that for a change.
yeah.
Thank you. Motion, commissioners?
Yeah, I make a motion that we send the bids back to staff for further analysis and recommendation.
I would second that.
They're moved and seconded, send the bids to back to staff for review and recommendations. All in favor?
Aye.
They're all stuff. Advanced financing.
Really?
Can't cross the street and say it's all overlaid. Some people you ask them, and then I went out to give it to nail. I said, hey, you know, it's an asphalt driveway. He came over, measured that thing. I said, yeah, he said, we'll finish it before we leave today. Really, because this was
Wow.
like 4 o'clock, but it had all the equipment.
All the
there.
equipment was there.
They had to call back and get one more corrective asphalt.
That probably cost you less. 'Cause then you have to-
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Because we always thought, you know, it'd be nice, well, especially in the winter.
Oh, yeah.
Clean snow off of gravel.
Oh, that's no fun.
What it's on.
So then you
So,
drive too,
yeah,
so
but in
get all sorts of
asphalt
stuff. done.
yeah, again, yeah, we're. But we're supposed to have a shower Saturday.
Supposed to get cool
Won't be done.
again on Monday, it looks like. And I can probably say that's
You can have it, at least we can use the shower.
Hello? Yeah. Oh. Really? So we're gonna lose that in the years and choose to sign. And I just created this little contract. I just randomly just amended.
Yeah, you can just give it to them.
Yeah. So I don't want to make it too long of it once, but I would like to see if each one of these is signed.
Okay.
But it's got, I've got just a list of all, and you just sign and pass it on to the next commissioner. We have a minute. Thank you.
So much for not having to sign stuff today.
Get copies.
I know, right?
Don't worry about the thing. I didn't know if you could do it right away, and so I didn't know if you had the tracking system. Much. We'll have an overview. Since meetings back in the office of agenda.
What?
Morning, Commissioners. Anna Burson, Riley County Appraiser. I am here this morning requesting to refill the Appraiser 3 position in the residential department. The residential Appraiser 3 position became vacant following promoting Patricia to the residential 3 land position. The senior level position is crucial to the work of Riley County Appraiser's Office. I'm looking for a highly skilled individual with 5 years of appraisal experience to fill this position. I'm requesting to post and fill this position as an appraiser 3. If we do not get applicants with the knowledge, skills, and abilities we are seeking, I would request to underfill the position as an appraiser 2 or possibly an appraiser 1. This position is a crucial position within Riley County. Pre-screening will be done prior to setting up all interviews. With the increased sales volume and continued growth, being fully staffed is imperative. I'm requesting permission to post and refill the position as soon as possible. The updated position descriptions are attached for your review. This position's been in place for several years and is in the appraiser's office budget. And my recommendation is to refill the position at the earliest opportunity.
You said you were, the pay grade would be 3,
I'm posting this position as a 3,
As a
as it
3.
was a 3.
but these numbers here, the grades are at the top that they go.
Appraiser 3 is the position I'm looking to refill.
Because there's a 12 and a 7 and a 5.
Yes.
See a 3.
Well, so
Yeah,
appraiser 3 is the job title, but the pay grade, you're right, is that 12. So what she's requesting is to start at the pay grade 12.
Start it.
And
Yes.
then if you look at those job descriptions, the 3 requires 5 years experience, but it also requires certain classes and certifications. And so if for some reason we aren't able to get at that level, we'll assess the candidate and see if they have, if they come from another county or another area where they meet the 2, then we'll start there and treat them, with the end goal being a 3, but we may need to just adjust according to the candidates that we receive.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank
So
you.
the highest number would be that 12.
Would be this now. Okay.
I just wanted to look at, so this, yeah.
Yeah. Did that make sense? They're kind of,
Yeah. Does now.
yeah, once you look at it, you see there's different experience and then education requirements. And then if you look at their tasks, they have
Hoping for
different-
the best, but it can't make
Yes.
sense and
right. And basically it's how much oversight and how much responsibility they'll need. So will they be able to take on a lot of responsibility on their own, or will they need more oversight? And so then that will depend on what position you put them in.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the request to refill the appraiser 3's position in the Riley County Appraiser's Office.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to allow refill the position. Appraiser 3 in the appraiser's office, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All 3 signs, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Anna. Thanks, Elizabeth. Next commissioner is 10:15. You have Kurt Mulder from RCPD. See you, John.
Have a good day.
Have a good weekend.
They got the new view and the new latest aerials.
Yeah.
GIS.
Do they?
Yeah. When I looked at that yesterday. So they have now.
That's about right.
It takes a while to get it all
Yeah,
put
March,
together.
It's about 6 months.
canceled the work. Standard did, they're gonna come this afternoon.
Oh,
They can't come to Friday, so they must be figuring they gotta get you set up by.
he's gonna put up, he said he's gonna put up the panels, the onyx panels in the shower day and then back Friday to set fixtures. For the
Yeah.
controls on it. We don't have the floor out and the rest of it is wait on something else out there, but we can at least have a shower back in our house.
They have to let that silicone dry probably 24 hours.
Yeah.
So that's probably not coming.
Oh.
They said it was Friday afternoon it was, so I was, okay. Are you gonna work Saturday or what? Or just like, you know,
Actually, it's suddenly well, but they haven't a shower in the house, so they haven't plug everything into my son's house.
oh dear. Oh, yeah, you just have one. Shower.
Yeah,
One
one shower,
bathroom.
one shower, we have a half bath, two bathrooms,
Yeah.
but only one had
One
a
had-
shower, we took it all out, so
Yeah,
we'd have to load everything up and go into their house.
you're a lot more critical than mine is.
I mean,
Oh, I have
they've
a
been
bathroom.
have done on, when then saw what it said yesterday when. Not good, yeah, then I talked to him, he says, no, we're gonna do this and this and go ahead and get it. Not get the rest of it done, but at least you'll have
Yeah.
a shower available.
He said something the other day, but it was. Somebody was taking some more time off next week. Well,
Oh, that's not,
I don't know about that, but. I need to get this done or else. I got the bill for the extra tile I had to.
well, I think we get the upstairs done, and then they said they're gonna take off for a week or so for it to come back. They were moving past that. They've got, they added on the back of the house, the washer and dryer, furnace, water heater. Half bath, it's all one.
Mhm. Oh, yes, that's weird, yeah.
And, you know, that's how they, yeah,
That's the way they
we're
do
putting it. With that,
it. Make it separate.
which also makes it more than the laundry like the house, it's. Whole chain rooms are pretty tight. And you know, the house is nice for us, and just stuff, there's one spot on the.
Is it heated and air conditioned?
Yeah, I mean, it's, yeah, I'd say the furnace has been there, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because if you have guests over, then they don't have to go upstairs.
The duct work. You know, so it's all through all the different places.
Hey, sir, how you doing?
I'm all right, so the upstairs. they-
Afternoon, guy.
I went through this soft of the kitchen. Up to the back of the.
Fancy doing it.
Good, how are you? I'm with a headache.
Congrats on final round.
Thank
Ah.
you.
I see that.
But it's, I mean.
Yeah, it's good.
You'll do fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, you find all sorts of stuff behind in the side.
You the presenter today?
I am.
Okay.
First update, so just let me know when and I'll.
Yeah, it'll be there at 10:15.
Okay.
Josh, probably want to get with you, Mr. Muldrow, on election day. Some security suggestions we're getting from the state.
I saw a national bulletin we got put out yesterday. Something webinar session, talking about some things that we want to.
What time did it end up? That's when we started yesterday, right? Yes.
I thought we had commercials here. But watch
Oh, I
TV in Kansas City, every commercial, because
Yeah.
they've got Kansas City and
Mhm.
or Kansas and Missouri.
And Missouri.
So, I mean, it was just every commercial.
They're back to back in Las Vegas. I can verify, and they are brutal,
Oh, yeah. that is-
brutal. I've never seen anything like it.
Oh, yeah.
It's just name calling and everything. Each side's doing it. It is bizarre. Weird allegations. It's just strange.
Well, there's so many of them, even here in this state, you see, are just outright lies,
And they're not always coming from the candidates. They're coming
Right.
from.
No, I'd say most of them.
Yeah, for sure.
Most of them are not. I would say, because they know they have to live with whatever's being said.
Yeah.
Some of the candidates aren't even aware of the commercials until they
Yeah.
show up.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Because they're from outside organizations.
even for the state representative, the primary, and ours, I was called Carlson about some stuff I was getting, and they go, we don't know anything about it until it shows up in our mailbox.
I know you told me about that.
It's
Yeah.
just weird. I wonder how many calls are made. Stop helping me.
Yeah,
Stop helping me.
it's not a help when you're thinking.
Yeah, sometimes they send the stuff out and the candidate doesn't even know about it.
Yep,
That's really tough. You know. I was lucky they didn't do that. Dude,
Not that I know of anyway.
goodness. It's in the old health department. Pigeons.
Oh, the pigeon, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, that was.
I didn't read that.
Yeah, I read that this morning. It came in. Yeah. Sure. So, vaccines.
Any commissioners?
Yeah.
Well, greetings.
Good morning.
Kurt's on some personal business today. He took some time off, so he asked me to stand in for him. So I have some general information I just wanted to cover really quick. And then I've got an update from Ryan Doling, who's the sergeant supervisor up in the county. So I just wanted to give a plug towards our community survey. It started October the 1st and it goes on till the end of the year. We very carefully put together the questions because we earnestly want to hear from the community, both in the city of Manhattan and of course, County of Riley, and to find out from the community how they feel about everything from traffic safety to their personal safety to what should be the focus and emphasis of the Riley County Police Department going into 2023. And so every chance I get, I bring it up. In fact, I've got a survey card here. All you have to do is scan it with your phone. It'll take you right to the survey. Right now, the average time it takes is 3 minutes and 42 seconds. Don't ask me how I know that. We've also had really good responses so far. So last meeting we had was up to around 710 people had completed the survey. So we have talked, you know, all about consolidation and the number of officers we have. We currently have 1.49 officers per 1,000 residents. State average is about 3.74, and the national average is 2.4 officers. We continue to run with a very lean agency and low number of officers compared to the state and the national averages. So that means our personnel are spread very thin, and we continue to emphasize things like hotspot policing, evidence-based policing, intelligence-led policing that ensure that we pit personnel where they're needed. In fact, I'll just step right into what Sergeant Doling said. He said, we patrolled and participated in the Riley Fall Festival Parade on October the 8th. Things were good, and we enjoyed passing out stickers and other RCPD items to the kids. We did some school zone enforcement, and it's been going well. And we've seen a drop in speeders and stops in the school zones. We applied the ARC philosophy, and the ARC philosophy, if you remember, is based on procedural justice. We listen and explain and treat people with dignity and respect. At the car stops, research from Kansas State University demonstrated that if we pause a little bit during the stops and explain what the stop is for and why speeding is something that we're enforcing, people feel that the stop and whatever occurs from the stop is more legitimate. And so Doling has been emphasizing that in the county, and he says it appears to have worked. Other than that, he says that all commissioners from all 3 municipalities are happy with what we're currently doing now. You have information to the contrary, but they're telling him things are going well. So I mentioned hotspot policing already. Talked about some of the other things we were doing. Oh, I wanted to give a bit of a talk about SafeCam. If you remember, Captain Greg Steer brought that to the agency last year. And essentially, you can have your camera if you have whatever program you have, whether it be a Ring doorbell or anything like that. You can notify RCPD through our website that you have a camera. We don't watch it, we don't scan it, we don't do anything like that. You're just letting us know that if we have an incident in the area, you have potentially have potential footage of something that happened in that area. And it allows us to shorten the amount of time from when an incident happens to try to find out who may have been involved. It's completely voluntary, and it's just a system whereby we can move much quicker if something major were to happen. So, yeah. And then of course, fentanyl's been of a concern not only nationally, but locally as well. Unfortunately, we had a couple of overdoses. Young kids, 13 and 16, over the last couple of weeks, continues to be a serious issue. And we are placing a lot of assets on addressing the issue here locally. So any questions of me?
Nope.
All right. Well, it's great to see you all. And thank you so much for your time.
Thanks. Have a good weekend, John.
And like I said, the card's right here.
Great, thank you. Sure. We have the city county meeting today at 4, which is here on the only one topic on there is discuss law board appointments. Linda Morris did email me asking the content text of it, and I said it's not about procedure because and I copied Ron Fear. It's based on the issue of Gary Old's concern about
Yeah.
representation without taxation, and she asked for our policies and procedures on it. I sent those to her in law, but I made it clear that it wasn't about policies and procedures because each entity has clear authority to set their own. So.
Okay. I do have one other item that I need to pull it up real quick to pass the information along. There is a meeting, First Infantry Europe meeting. Lots going on in Europe, obviously, on November 29th. That is a Tuesday. I believe my plan goes correctly. I'll be traveling back from Thanksgiving from Kentucky on that day. Janet sent me the email just because I've been involved in AUSA here recently. Asked if there was a Zoom option. They can provide one, but I said legitimately it's a better work and discuss. It's a heavy discussion meeting, would work better in person. So I mentioned I might see if one of you would like to attend. Might be a good idea to have each one of us attend a few of these meetings off and on, just to stay kind of in the loop as it is already. So not just heavy handed on one person, but I do think we need to be part of that discussion and future discussions, considering everything that's on the table at the moment.
So where is it? And
And I believe it's at the chamber conference room. Let me pull up the original information here. Yeah, the boardroom at the Chamber of Commerce, November 29th, Tuesday, November 29th, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. I know it's a ways out still, but I'm pretty sure I'll be traveling back that day from Kentucky. I'm gonna go down there for Thanksgiving.
I have a doctor's appointment at like 1:50, so I couldn't live in.
Yeah, I need to, she don't get something that's earlier.
Okay, I'll get with Janet and have her send both of you the information.
Yeah.
And we can just add from there, but it'd be good to have somebody from the county there, part of that conversation one way or the other. So, okay, we'll do that. Be expecting that sometime soon, probably. That's all I have.
Oh, last official business we have, not the last official, because we had city county meeting, unless one of you want to cancel that.
I kind of would.
Commissioner Ford, you have a score for the game?
TCU, huh?
There.
Yeah. I gotta say, I'm not feeling good about this one. TCU is going to be tough. It's a tough matchup. Their strength is our strength. On the road, 4.5 point spread. TCU.
I think this game will show where we're at.
I would agree.
This week and next week, it's gonna.
It's going to tell the tale one way or the other. If it was at home, I'd say it'd be close. If it's on the road, as it is, I'm going to go out on a limb, pick TCU. I'm going to go 29-25.
That isn't my football score.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner McKinnon.
I will.
Now, there's a lot of money riding on this. So.
Yeah, I know. I go in 28-21 Cats.
Oh, very close to my score.
Oh,
Catherine. Very close. You price is right in me.
Going back to ways.
Well, I think it will be really close, and I'd go with Cats like 24-21.
And Clancy, you can give a score as long as you raise your right hand and under oath and say you did not get it from Craig Cotton.
I'll pass. 36-28 TCU.
And I had previously written down 27-21 Cats.
We're all really close.
Yours was 36 to what thing?
28.
28?
Yeah.
TCU?
Grudgingly.
21 for TC, like 21 for TC.
Yeah, correct. Correct.
I think the over and under is 56 on the game. And then Vegas isn't isn't expecting a high score really either. So,
If our defensive guys are healthy, I think that's our difference based on scores against other games as we hold teams lower than they do. So but two of our main guys were dinged up. So depends on if they
It's
can
supposed to be bad.
hold out.
yeah. So Caleb Duke is probable.
Yeah, the initial report on him wasn't as good. The second one was better.
Yeah, he had the 2 weeks to kind of heal.
I think that is key.
Agreed.
Should be a good game.
Should be. It's an evening game too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, 7-10.
Yeah.
With a 5-minute leeway, even
yeah,
It's a 7 o'clock game again,
7-10.
7:10.
That means to be 7:05 or 7:15
correct.
or 7:10. Or somewhere in between.
Or depending on how the game before it went. If it's an overtime. Might be watching it on a different network to start. I don't know.
There are other good Big 12 games on this weekend.
No.
Oklahoma State, Texas. Oh, I don't know which Florida.
Yeah.
Oklahoma State or Texas, I don't know where it is.
Mm.
But yeah, Oklahoma State, Texas should be a pretty good game.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Get a motion for after city county commissioners.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we adjourn after this afternoon's joint city county meeting.
I would second that.
Then moved and seconded, excuse me, adjourn after the city county meeting, all in favor?
Aye.
Derek was asking me, do you want this to just be left up? I didn't remember.
Yeah, we can.
that
That'd
the-
work.
I told
We're
him,
gonna be back here.
yeah, you'll be back.
Yep,
here.
you'll be back
4
here.
o'clock.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fine with me.
Okay,
No, it's Texas at Oklahoma State.
did what I could.
Actually, it's kind of starting to come on a little bit too.
Texas at
Be an
Oklahoma State.
interesting game.
Oh, yeah.
They're saying next 2 weeks,
When they're setting it out.
all the top 4 teams are playing each other.
Yeah.
That's when you start separating the cream.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this has all the information.
That's for sure.
KU's
Basically this background.
Yeah, I think so. I think
Yeah,
it's a
you
good
should
idea.
win that. We'll see.
No,
Not for
I don't know.
me.
What's your interview there?
Uh-huh.
They're not as close as the score
I
indicated.
really thought KU'd beat OU, to tell you the truth.
They've had their 5 wins of the year.
No, I agree. That was the easy part of their season.
more.
By far, that was the easiest part of their season.
You know, they usually play pretty well against Texas. No, he's done. Yeah.
I heard something.
Oh, I heard he might come back by the game or the end of the
They
season.
might be positive. It's a
We'll see.
situation, the 3rd-degree separation of the shoulder.
It's the other guy can be in the team.
They're alternative style. He's more your drop back passer. The other guy is more of a dual threat runner. You just have to kind of change your offense to. But
I think they were just. And I still think they'll get 1 win someplace.
yeah, well, and it might be against Baylor or Texas or somebody. Just to get bowl eligible, I think they'll pull it out.
Yeah.
Hopefully it ain't against us.
We shall see you all back here at
4 p.m.
Yeah, remember that. I got some other stuff.
Yeah,
I just gotta make sure I get it.
So just remember, you can stop it right at 5, no matter who's talking.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. What you do.
Yeah, that's it. Especially certain people talking.
No, not at all. Not at all.
I don't think it'll be too long of a discussion, but
Hmm.
I don't
just
see
need
how.
to, just need to get it out. There you go.
Yeah.
We discussed it.
Have a discussion.
I have an idea, a good idea, though. Yeah. That's something that'll make Lynn really mad.
Yeah, I mean. I've never heard of that. Turn the lead on, turn it on.
That year.
Sure, thank you.
You guys still going along or you got done going? So I'm going to sit up, that's it, kind of, perfect, thank you.
Well, how are you? What's up? Oh, hanging in.
Where do listeners sit? Where do listeners sit? I'm just here to listen.
Any place?
Any place, okay.
I was trying to figure out what you said there in my hearings.
Yeah, well, mine's not that great either. That's a story of life, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Too many lawnmowers in the world. And chainsaws. That's good.
I saw an ad. Or before it came in, does that mean you're, oh,
Oh, no,
let's go. They're all
everywhere.
Oh, this building?
Yeah, I did a little stroll for a while and just check out Harry's old location.
Oh, yeah.
What's going on with there. And I noticed everywhere, including stuff.
Yeah.
Ready to see Asian
You jumped on?
ladybugs? Have you something? Have you seen invasive ones?
How do you know?
They're bigger and
Yeah.
their dot pattern is different.
They're real ones and kind of big ones. Little. But
That's yellow one, that's yellow spot.
How are you?
Very well. How about you?
Those were dreadful in Iowa, like 20 years ago, they were just everywhere, they get everything, and they bite.
Yeah.
They bite?
Which like that.
Which kind is it?
Well, not biting me yet, so. That's not good luck.
No, it's just not, I tell you, they were just walking on people's windows and biting them.
That's right. You know, I rather than leave right now, I think. I don't know what it
They start biting them all.
means. Okay,
Yeah, that's right. You'll know it.
No, they're not advertising for money.
not yet. Thank you. Do you know when you're moving yet?
No, I didn't. We work on the speed of federal government time.
Oh, that's true.
For that. So
Yeah, when you're looking for a job, you say, okay, whenever you're ready.
it could be November, it could be like January, it could be next January, as in 2024, so. Kind of how they want to schedule that.
Your day job, right?
Not nothing I have to be concerned about. Just wait for Lauren to tell me what her deal is.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
We go from there. I'm planning on it being another year, my thought, I'm not. My plans are, yeah,
I was thinking it was, when school was out, but okay.
I was thinking so too.
Oh, that's the fast.
Things have changed. Last time I spoke, I think.
You enjoy reading that email about the horse? See that?
How are you?
Great. How you doing? Commitment. Rider the horse and how we can pass an ordinance to prevent abuse to horses.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. I was trying to figure out.
And instead the lady had answered, well, what happened was Rider the horse was a carriage horse in Manhattan, New York, the Big Apple.
Oh, no.
And it died at Central Park because I was abusing it. It's confusing this Manhattan with that. Apparently, I sit back and noticed that, hey, we're in, Manhattan, Kansas, we don't abuse our horses. It's not the nature.
We kind of get it.
Still writing for it.
We can do a joint, we can do a joint resolution.
I thought this is one of the far out.
Yeah, because I read it all, I said, this makes every.
I'm sorry. No way. No chance. See, I can't hear well enough to.
Oh,
It's obviously what's going on.
And apparently everything she said in there is true. The guy abused the horse, making money, having to drag the cart around. So not much we can do about that.
We don't really have what's scary, is it? That made risk.
That's the big argument up there for years, because they get carriage rides for a fee from the south part of the central park out through the bar and so on, and PETA or whoever it is been after them for horse abuse, and of course the horses leave a trail.
Yes.
It's a combination of things, but yeah, they're trying to stand out.
Hey, Rich.
How's it going?
Good. Catherine.
Oh, yeah. I changed. I thought, well, we haven't changed our Saturdays. Should I talk to Japanese? Yeah. I was gonna say the same.
Yeah, I'm about to try to see it.
We need to get together. Yeah, let's do that. Have a lunch.
Works for me.
Coffee's good. I'll make it happen. See it, thanks.
You bet.
At least we're not getting any more inbound no's. Crazy move. They don't. There'll be a parade around the front door. Think,
Opening day. That's about
unless they do it on Christmas.
Yeah. Tell us about the KAC. How many, 3 of you or 2 of you? All of you. Good. How was it?
Very well attended. No, it was normal. It was gonna.
What workshops did you go to that were interesting? Well, my favorite one was the women's group. We got together and we had a presentation on Amelia Earhart, a statue. That they went to the Capitol in August. And then they got a copy of it. Twin at Atchison. Yeah, and they did a whole presentation, how to put all that together, and show pictures of the big cast.
Now, was that Atchison County that did that, or just the local Amelia Earhart Foundation, or just have?
And they were part of the women's group.
Yeah.
Oh, that was. Yes, it was good. That was work.
So dive on.
Okay.
And we tried to get a picture that's moving on the Earhart statue when we were there at the Capitol last week.
We were gonna go.
But yes.
Never did that.
Closed at 4 o'clock.
About you, John, what's your best?
I did the emergency preparedness and I've been through most of the workshops several times. So. Not something a little new every time. It's,
Yeah. Talk about what they. What about you, Greg? Did you have a?
Well, what's the goal of J Hall is.
Yeah.
How to read Kansas statutes. We they started, I mean, it was pretty good. I mean, you start with this and read,
Yeah.
And you get a lot of funny comments about it. They went about, they write these,
I could sum that up in my 2 words, basically, give it a highlight, copy and paste. How you review the section. The other statutes, they are.
Might just done that often. Yeah, reads 2 years ago. Yes, we can broke it up.
I talked a little bit.
Were you in that one? At the very end, the guy wanted his. Security.
Yeah.
He wanted all hand counts or something.
Yeah, so there's everybody. You want one?
Everybody. Especially Johnson County.
Yeah.
That one that came here, went back. It's too expensive. But it means with that
Well, thank you, Ray. It's here, 4 o'clock or short. We'll go ahead and start. This is the thing, the note was sent out, said about it, what happened. We had someone come in. About this, we've all got our law word selections coming out. And we're not here to discuss procedures and how to take them. But he was saying, and it used to be it was all elected officials. Now there's a lot of non-elected officials that don't have any ties to, don't have anything. And he was saying, should we go back? He was suggesting we should all go back to all elected officials. And I've seen both sides of the issues it's gone through. I know for a long time it was only elected and they switched to this, and some people think, oh, we got to have outsiders. Outsiders isn't the right word, but other citizens and other people, and just wondered what everybody's thoughts were on that. Any thoughts of going back to the?
I think both government bodies have kind of shifted one way and then back another. But the statute is pretty clear.
Right.
So that.
Yeah, it's all like it just says,
Yeah.
Citizen.
Yeah.
Elected official, elected official, all.
So it's pretty clear as far as the elected officials. It's the part that says citizen, but we do have our Attorney General's opinion that says that if you could appoint another elected official, and that person is a citizen, so it does it's qualified. I think that some of the members of the city commission have a different opinion, but that's how it has prevailed to date anyway, is having. So we have more civilians right now probably than we have had for some time, and because of that thinking, it really does.
Is that why it's what you're interested in seeing what everybody's.
I think when Commissioner Dobson was also on law board with me, we were looking, because there was that discrepancy. I've always felt also that citizens aren't really held accountable to the budget as we are making our budget decisions, in the sense that non-elected citizens that are serving. And we often have to, we go to so many of these meetings with other entities that we kind of have a more comprehensive picture of budget and how to explain it to the public or get their feedback, because we are accessible to them. But there, like you said, there's always been this shift. And I know Mike Dodson at that time was looking at changing the statute so it would have only elected officials on from the county and city, but nothing came of it. Because I think that is a major point. And I had emailed our city manager earlier today along with our attorney that the library advisory board also make budgetary decisions, and they have at best one elected official, typically the mayor. And they present their budget, and both since the law board as well as the library board have a cap on how high they can go. But I think the makeup of the law board definitely makes a difference.
Well, like I say, I'm not saying we need to change, but I think if we try to go to the state and say we want to rewrite this thing, who knows what we get back.
More state statutes.
Yeah, right. If
In the cycle.
they started changing things, who knows what they'd change. I don't know. But I know people could be able to say, well, we don't have any choice. The law board gave you, the county, the law board gave us these numbers. Well, then but you got members on the law board,
I think that's the key right there, when you have the elected officials, from the city or the county on there, we're taking into account that budget along with our own. Whether you're city or county. And, that provides kind of a checks and balances sorts into the equation. That's kind of, this gentleman wasn't the first one I've heard, all from several other different people. I think part of it probably is RCPD's budget has gone up somewhat significantly to those individuals over the last 2 years, and they kind of feel slighted that there's not really any accountability.
And that conversation's been going on even before the last 2 years.
And look at Peter got it with this, this time we'll do this, and 10 years, I'll want citizen appointments again somewhere down the road. I don't think Peter probably with, I don't know what the answer is, but I do know that there does need to be a little bit more transparency and accountability in that budgetary process. And I can't argue that point.
I had the opinion that, that was the intent of that statute. And the intent has been circumvented by the lawyers as usual. Okay, but to me, that's where the focus has to be. When that was written, the intent was to have 3 citizens. That's pretty clear. And then they just got twisted in a 10-year-old AG decision where they, they twist the wording. And it was poorly written. It should have been made it crystal clear that the citizen is not an elected official. The other thing, no matter how the appointments go, there's always 4 elected officials on the law board, which is the majority. If you're worried about the budget, because you got to include Wilkerson, he's elected, and there would be 3 commissioners, combination county city. So there's always 4 there. And the intent of that statute was to have the elected officials look at the budget and the citizens look more at policy and have better representation. So I pushed for that from the get-go. When I read it, I said what we're doing, and I think it was, Bruce Sneed that pushed that years ago, where we had all commissioners on there. And the idea was the budget, but there's still 4 votes there from elected officials. So what's the deal? Plus the elected officials appoint the citizens. So if the citizens are doing squirrely stuff, throw them off.
I don't think it's a question of swirly so much as budget accountability. I think everybody has good intent on law board, and we've all served as mayors and we've all made those appointments, and even during each of our tenures, it's been until recently predominantly elected officials on there. I think both work best. I don't have a preference one way or the other. I do think as far as the budget itself, since that's where this comes down to is that cap. I didn't recognize that was a cap, or how RCPD utilizes that budget. Or I think it just comes down to the budget itself, not so much as who's voting on that. Most often it's been 7-0. Once in a while it might be a 6-1 or something like that. That's all the times I've been with them about 7-1.
When I was on, we had 1-4-3 type of votes over there. And frankly, I find elected officials and commissioners are on there lots of times still vote for the higher budget. And then when they come back to their commission meeting, complain there's nothing I can do about the budget because it's the police department. I bet you had a vote on that board. But frankly, I don't know if it takes a rewrite of the statute or what legally we have. I would still like to have those citizens on there, but make it so that the law board just recommends, so two governing bodies have the governing bodies have to approve the budget. Because I know when I look at who gets put on the law board, which we've had a lot of contention on that, we've had a lot of give and take and votes, and people turn down and whatever to get on there. The big consideration for my vote is how are they with the budget? How are they this, have they had to manage big budgets? Can they say no? Can they challenge? In lots of ways, that overrides almost every other decision for me, because that part is so important. If it was to come back to the governing bodies for the budget, then that wouldn't be as high a priority for me for that law board person. I'd go a lot more for other characteristics with there, because it wouldn't have that overriding, thing about the budget.
Yeah, the point is, what's the purpose of the law board? If the law board is to set policy, you should have citizens on there weighing in on stuff like that. But when it comes to the budget, there's no accountability to those people, and they're not going to stand up unless you put a budget hawk on the law board for that purpose. The average Joe person off the street isn't going to buck what RCPD recommends, suggests as a budget, because they're just there to well, I'll stop there, but they're to sort of please the very few people stand up in a budget thing and push back against the powers that be. Barry probably isn't going to do it. You don't want to make the RCPD mad because he's cutting their budget. So having him as an elected official on there, his hands are kind of tied because he's got to deal with these people every day. So now we're down to 3. So 3 elected officials. So yeah, I would like to get more elected officials, because otherwise it's that. Or we could figure out some way to do this. Bring the law board does policy, the commissioners pass the budget. If we can figure that out without brain damage in the legislature, that'd be a great solution. You keep the policy in place for everybody, but the budget part, which is what the sticking point for most of us is most of the time, right? This budget part. And maybe, and the point is, either we can appoint people to the law board for budget hawks who want to watch and go with the slightly lesser budget instead of the top shelf budget every year. Then the commissioners need to appoint people that are going to be budget hawks. If we're appointing for policy and whatever other reasons, then appoint whoever you want. And this, unless we watch. Tell to beat up the RCPD and the law board every year as being the source of all our budget problems. We need to solve it and either put people under, what's the budget, or quit complaining that we never get a chance to, vote on it, or we never have any input on it. So I don't know what it would take, the liar man, to see about trying to bring the budgetary part of control back to the commission versus policy.
I mean, you can still have the law board recommend to us a number. One of the things I thought of, and I don't know how this works from a logistics or a statute perspective, but you take into account GDP, you take into account inflation, you take into account cost of living, and you come up with whatever that percentage is. And, if the law board and RCPD develop that budget and stays within that boundary or below, then it's good. But if it's going to go over that, then it automatically has to come to each of the governing bodies. I don't know what that percentage is, maybe it's 3%, 5% under normal circumstances. And of course, we're not in normal circumstances, but that would give a shift, and that would allow some flexibility on both sides of that to accomplish that. And then, like I said, if it goes over that, or the recommendation is it needs to go over that for whatever purpose, they have to sell that purpose to each one of the governing bodies.
I think I did ask that this morning to Ron, and there is a certain percentage cap already on that. I think 10% is what it is, for what it is. So it is high, but that's in the statute. That's in the statute. And I think the other piece is we can't make the assumption. I've been on Lawboard, all of you have been on Lawboard, that the first presentation is the one that they're voting on. Typically, like we go through the budget, there are several iterations of it. After all the consensus and all the dialogue and everything, then they vote on it. It's not like there's a presentation, this is how much we want, and then the vote is taken immediately. There's lots of discussions that go through it, just like we do for the city or for the county. It's not just right off the bat the first one that's presented.
And when I looked at their statute, it says that law board is responsible for the budget. So if we are not members of the law board, I don't know how that would work if they're coming down to the city and the county as elected officials. And the other piece is if they make their budget decision so much earlier, then we even have access to our budget or our budget discussions. So I don't know if that timeline would matter.
No, it's easier to change. Yeah,
And that all comes down to the statute effect, so.
and of course, we've got this SB 13 to deal with now, and it provides complications for each one of the city and county, and each one of the taxing authorities in and outside of that too. So there's an extra complication involved in that process. So when that budget raised,
Yeah, I'm not sure how much of an impact that would have on.
well, it does when it increases enough that it forces you to go over that mill levy yourself, and then you're responsible for going through the extra.
I feel like every time the revenue net group, we're always going to be slightly more problem.
Well, for me, it seemed, and I've thought about this a lot, and I don't really want to change the statutes, but I'm not sure how it works, but it seems like, the county has their considerations in the city, and sometimes they don't come together too well. And what I was thinking was if we had equal representation on the law board, like three commissioners from the city and three commissioners from the county, and then two appointed citizens that were not elected, but that would make him, because the rotating back and forth was cumbersome. If you have that kind of a situation, whether it goes back to those statutes or not, that might make it a little bit.
Anything involves state, if we're going to think about changing the state statute, then that's the valid piece to have. And that because we're so bound to it. And you will have a majority even of the two. We would have the majority of the three that are on there as far as the budget discussion is concerned.
I think the system that we have was designed to give the city balance to the city and the county, so it shifts back and forth, so that there's no one body that dominates. So the city and the county have some legitimate differences, and we don't necessarily want to concede everything. So it swings back and forth, and I appreciate that balance in government. That's one of the thoughts.
Keeping the county attorney out of that, so.
But the only reason that happened was Ogden jumped out of the law thing years ago. They used to have one of these seats. That's why we do that rotating thing.
So would the statute change then at some point, and what is the original one?
Yeah, because Ogden used to have to kick in part of the budget, and they opted out. So they lost their.
They never had a, did they have a seat?
Yes, it would be a fair one. And a 3% budget obligation. And the county actually absorbed that 3%. The county stayed that share.
Thank you.
We still pay 70%.
I am not in favor of seeking a statutory change. I don't feel like there's anything that onerous in the current statute that absolutely has to be changed. And that's kind of how we cruised along all these years. But I'm concerned that once we open this statute at the legislative level, that other things can happen. And I would mention that we are, in 3 weeks, we'll be voting on a constitutional amendment to have a sheriff in every county. And it seems to me that fortunately we were able to say except by the county by reaching our legislators to influence that. But that's there's because one or two sheriffs and the Sheriff's Association are feeling threatened right now. And you've been to Kcca, so you know more about it than city commissioners. I just am concerned about, I have been concerned about, before I was elected, I used to think, what's the problem? Just get it changed,
there are wacky things that happen. And I'm not interested in those, because we don't have control when it gets down to the state legislative level.
Well, I agree, that's what I said too. I read it.
And
Any changes would be within the statute, because I think you can tell, if somebody makes one little change in the state, somebody else, they say, well, they also have to do this and. You know, you've seen.
That's just-
It's all the things.
that's what I'm not interested in. The state legislature butting into, and our legislators don't have control over the larger legislature. And we have one that's or two that are leadership, and one's new. And anyway, it's just
I think that probably the statute is good, but as far as the budget decisions, when John proposes sending it back to the city and the county, I don't know how that would work, because we wouldn't have access to our own budget. And law board makes it so much earlier, and if we were going to make those types of decisions, I would also like presentations from our CPD, but that's why we have elected officials on there. Do that. So I don't know what that would look like.
So why is it so much earlier? Maybe if you could answer that, why your budget process is so much earlier than the city and county?
Because once the law board passes the budget, it then passes on to the city and the county, and that impacts their budget. And they have to know that information before they.
the statute on the on the law board hasn't changed over the years, and the rest of the budget have changed.
The dates are all attached,
Yeah.
So that's one of the situations we had with, when you all were having to publish a budget, there was no revenue neutral rate, so.
Right.
I mean, and technically you don't have to comply, but you were making a good faith effort to.
We still publish
And
this.
it was there, yeah, and so. To me, that's one, back in 2018, I can tell you that there was a working group that included attorneys from both sides, RCPD staff. And there was a draft of statutory changes that basically, I would say, were house cleaning to rewrite the older statute to reflect really how we were operating. And there wasn't everybody agreed. And then there were other issues about making other major changes that there was disagreement over, so it never moved forward. Granted, there's a risk in opening up some of those statutes, but part of that was really to somewhat modernize and just document how we've interpreted the statutes over the years, and then trying to make those corrections, if you will, to the language so that it put in place and reflected how we were actually operating. So that's a date that could be moved back a month, given the new deadlines that I say that without having talked with staff internally about it, but I think that could be done and not impact any of the other reporting, and that would at least provide another month of information, because that is one of the issues, is neither of us are far enough along in our budgeting process typically to make those basic comparisons of how does law enforcement weigh against fire and public works and other aspects of our budgets. And so that gets back to some of those aspects of things, because I've been thinking about this over the years when we had the Joint Department of Health. There was a provision in that creation that there was the city and the county commissions met in bank. The health board made a recommendation to that body, and then that body approved it. Now, that's not in the statutes that we can do, but I think there could be, if you didn't want to change the statute, a situation where there is a joint presentation of the budget to you all, and you could give feedback still to that. The board could still make that decision, but they'd have your input before they voted on it. And you could do that. I mean, that's just a process change.
Yeah, that isn't a bad idea to do. Get some, maybe stealing that backbone a little to come through and do. I mean, I would be adverse to trying to actually modernize the statute, but at the same time, kind of what Lynn said, we do appoint the people that go on there, so we are accountable for who we pick.
Our hand may be, with the second constitutional amendment on there, regulatory control, what do you want to specifically call it, but if that passes, our hand may be forced on this anyway, where you may They may come back and say it does have to be elected officials, whether we change that statute or not, and that's a realistic possibility, so.
The sheriff will be elected, is that what you're saying?
Well, the other ones where, when you have appointed people making decisions, and each one of the big deals.
And this wasn't appointed people. The statute was passed through the legislature. This isn't what they're talking about. They're talking about the interpret. It's that meant that it's other rules.
I understand that, but they can come back and look at this under the same microscope for the same reason. It's, we've all dealt with the legislature.
If you're focused on the budget, talk about this more and almost study don't like it, but the statute basically says that the funding formula, which is 80-20, that's what was said originally when they passed it. Well, not really, because Ogden was in there, but it ended up being 80-20, but that is not a legislative decision. Right. That's the decision local bodies can make. And of course, I think we should change it. And the solution would be 100% counting. And then you could veto the budget. It's using that portion of it. Just, get the legal guys to interpret it, just like they do with the AG deal. And say, okay, it's 100% counting. And the law board has to present it to you, and then you guys vote it up or down.
No way you do would be part of law enforcement, but it's not a right thing.
Of course, I always thought you're overtaxing the citizens of Manhattan because we pay 80% and we pay the 20% because we vote in the city to the county. So residents of the city pay more for police department protection than residents that live outside the city limits.
You're thinking.
Right.
Now, the Pike County side, if you did that, then and I asked the police department a couple of years ago to give me a cost of services over there. I think the city would have to fund it. You just have to figure out what it is, and I think it was $35,000 or something that the dentist gave me a couple of years ago. The calls of but that's about But I think if you really wanted to attack the budget thing, that's how I would go about it.
But what you have to remember is when there was a sheriff, the city residents paid the sheriff's portion as well. It does across the state. So that's the reason it's done the way it is.
Yeah.
Same way city residents pay for county roads. There's no county, there's not enough valuation and tax dollars to do it. The forefathers thought that through, and that's why it was implemented with consolidated RCPD.
I also want to just point out that this year is an anomaly with COVID and all the funding and the chaos that has happened, that the budget rose to a higher percentage than it ever has because of the financial issues that are taking place in the country. And that's as we look at this year and the budget this year, we have to take that into and factor that into. It's not. It's well.
On a slightly side note, does the law board, when you guys get to the end of the year and you've got $800,000 of unused salaries and then you guys come up with your wish list, does the law board have to approve that, or is that something you guys can just, RCPD can spend that money without the law board giving it a thumbs up or thumbs down?
That's a great question. So let's talk about politically versus legally. My understanding is that once the law was passed, a budget, that's the budget.
The budget is set.
And so we're very careful to advise the law board to seek guidance, but not necessarily approval of the expenditures because that money's already been approved. However, it'd be foolish of us politically, and the reason why we present this publicly is to make certain that the law board should where we stand on the year expenditures. So we did technically, and frankly, RCPD did for years, did not have any end of year conversations with the law board publicly about where we were at funding wise. We fully plan on doing that in November.
But the way that would work, if you sort of had $400,000 worth of carryover, it wouldn't be for 2023. It sort of kicks in 2024.
That's correct. That's correct. Because the only way to calculate that out is to know what the impact is on the 2024 budget.
I think it's appropriate also to mention that every governing body has to tweak their budget at the end of the year. There's no landing on an amount certain. Most of us try to have some money left over because we can't not have money. We can't overspend, I guess. But it's a matter of having to have this soft landing at the end of the year. So even the city, I assume the county has to make a budget amendment at some point. And the law board cannot make a budget amendment. And so that's why we have this issue that comes up at the end of every calendar year. At least that's what how I look at it. So if we could do a budget amendment to the city and the county do, that would be a preferred way to go to.
But on that, since Wednesday, talking about having citizens input in policy, I know there's a citizens advisory board. Do they report to the director, or they report to the law board? What is their function?
Director, they meet with the director and advise the director.
Okay.
So that's sort of the policy advisory versus the law board's policy advisory.
Right.
He is from both.
Right. The law board is the legal entity that oversees and controls the police department. The CAB is advisory and voluntary. We just voluntarily decided about 10, 15 years ago to create the CAB and have citizens meet with us once a month and advise the director.
I don't think they make policy decisions, so I think they're more given presentations or updates.
I just wasn't wondering.
They're appointed by the city, though,
They're appointed by the director.
The director appoints them and changes them kind of every year or two in order to let people become more familiar with RCPD. There's no real forum for citizens to, get in and look inside RCPD, and the CAB does that outside of the structure of the law board. I think it's a good idea.
My knowledge of the law of the CAB and its structure and how it operates, its rules of order, I have a lot of experience with it.
Well, it's the director. The director.
You will wink.
Oh, it's maybe.
But they are appointed by the director and typically are given updates or presentations, but not necessarily policy advisory board. That still falls on.
They're exactly what.
And they explain things like the drones, they take them out and do a demonstration, they take them out to the firing range and show them that facility and the big tactical vehicle you have and let them check that out. I mean, it brings them closer to the actual operations and what's happening. It's a good idea. Too bad it can't be bigger, but so more people. But there are a lot of public sessions where they bring some of those things to.
Okay, on another different topic. The way it's with all of the law board appointments are 2-year positions, is that correct? So part of the problem we have right now, from my perspective on the city, is that one mayor appoints 2 people, the next mayor appoints nobody, the next mayor gets to appoint 2 people, the next mayor appoints nobody. And so that's disappointing, for lack of a better term. And I don't know how is that something that the city could address somehow to where we get to the end of the year and the outgoing mayor appoints one and the incoming mayor appoints another, or somehow to where.
But the other thing is on that, the mayor doesn't have as much control. That's the majority of the body.
I would say we don't have one person appointed. It's discussed when 3 of us decide.
Yeah, because
you have down to agreement without the rest.
we've had to make compromises on that between people before and go through, so it's not as clear cut.
Okay, all right, well, that's all this all.
I mean, the first time I was elected to a 4-year term and I was mayor, I had no law board appointments either. In this 4-year cycle, and I'm mayor and I have law board, whatever we're going to call it, appointments. Yeah. Okay. So it the balance of power. I mean, this is a democracy. It makes sense to have sometimes, you function and sometimes you stand back. And just like the majority on the law board shifts back and forth. I think that's a good policy. And that's how it works on other boards. That's why we have uneven numbers on boards, 5 and 7 or 3 in your case. Yeah.
I think what you're hearing is to keep it as is.
Yeah. And actually, I wasn't saying, we didn't bring this up saying we want to change. We just said,
It's really,
and like I say, somebody came to talk to us last week, the week before.
He talked to us.
Back on this one. Yeah, I know it's, but I've had other people.
It's been an ongoing conversation.
So I
We've
just
had it
thought
forever.
it's worth the talk,
Yeah.
you're bringing that to everybody.
I think it's important to talk about it because when Director Butler was here and I became the law board chair, there were people that didn't understand the law board and what consolidated government was and the benefits of it. And I asked him to start including it in his explanations, because this is a kind of an experiment here that no other county has duplicated this exact one. I think another county or two are working, there's some other examples of being creative. But that's why I'm concerned about this constitutional amendment about the sheriff, because that will stop all law enforcement consolidation in the state as far as I'm concerned. And if we need to talk about combining government units, we have, so for instance, here in Riley County, townships is in this step constitutional amendment also. And as long as they're at the north part of the county and a township is established, I don't have a problem with that. But I live out in Northview, and gradually as the city has moved out further and further, that little township is getting smaller and smaller, and we can't get people to run for it, to even run for those offices. And so there's a point at which some things need to be changed. And I'm not an expert on county. I just look at that township and say, there ought to be a way to make something more efficient. And I know in some counties, they take over a township's responsibility, and that's the answer, I'm sure.
The majority of the counties have done that.
Only 37, including Marla, will actually have them currently still.
And, I'm not opposed to them. I just know that they work better with certain purposes when the balance is just right.
And it's hard to get people in there, no matter what size of the county. That is unique to this one. They're all.
And right, 3 votes,
Right.
becomes the.
Well, one township, somebody there, they wrote in, got a chance that I'm not interested.
Yeah.
So the one that got 4, that's the one that's in there.
So I just worry about just the craziness that is kind of underlying here.
Well,
I talked to some 2 commissioners from Thomas County.
Yeah.
And they were really interested in consolidating their police department because of their county.
Yeah.
And they're asking me all about it, and I said, okay, kind of how it works. And I said, well, this amendment's coming up. You won't be able to do it if that passes. And they were like, oh no, they want to consolidate. I think there are a lot of really small counties that might want to do that and get together because the cost effectiveness.
I was surprised. I assumed because they wanted out Kansas City, Kansas, consolidated theirs, but they weren't.
Their government.
The government's consolidated.
They call it unified, but they still have a sheriff and a chief.
Yeah, so I just assumed that they consolidated, so they did that.
Gary and Junction City are not, and they have different challenges.
I tell the story of Ron Fruin, who was involved in the selection of the Manhattan as the location for NDAP. And he told me that one of the other finalists and contenders for the NDAP location, as we talk about economic development, we need to think about it. But he said the sheriff and the police chief wouldn't even talk to each other, and they wouldn't go into each other's offices. And that community was eliminated as an NDAP site. And we have something like that happening now over in Erie County. And we keep hearing about these little chiefs and sheriffs that are removed from office in some way or asked to resign or fired. And, you know, I've been proud that Riley County Police has been a professional body. They were the first accredited. I mean, I'm really pleased that when I watch those other communities crash and burn, sometimes I think, oh my gosh, they're for the grace of God go we, you know, and but our structure has more safeguards in it as far as I'm concerned than one person ruling.
Well, I think the sheriff of Johnson County is the commissioner.
That's what I
how they whole election.
And that's part of the Constitution. I'm not so sure that it completely negates the idea of consolidation. It's just
Instead of carve out again, right? It's still carved
Yeah,
out.
I think there's a way to still probably do that with a smaller county or larger county or whoever wanted to, but this is if you have a sheriff in place, it can't be appointed by the commission, it has to be an elected position.
But if you had two counties that wanted to consolidate, you can't have two I mean, you have two sheriffs. I mean, it's a wedge in preventing. Anyway, it's just philosophical at this point. I hope it doesn't pass. But I think people will walk in and say, "Oh, that sounds reasonable."
We had some kind of a statute that Ron was referencing that was taken to law board a couple of years ago. And it was taken for a vote, and I think one of the Marvin Rodriguez, I think, voted against that statute. But I don't remember that was, I believe that was the statute. Were you on there at that time?
Marvin did not want to pursue legislative changes to the statute. He just shut it down and said no. That was his reaction. And, you know.
And that one did have elected officials, I think, on it for accountability purposes.
Well,
and other changes.
We have shifted back and forth. Some of the positions are elected, and we used to have elected in the civilians. Now we have civilians again. We can flex however we want to, depending on the will of the governing body that's making the amendments, because we have that flexibility because of the Attorney General's opinion. So we can do it now without changing the statute in that one regard. And I understand there are people who would like to fix the statute, but I think the risks are greater than what we can accomplish.
Well, I say just, it was just a discussion. You know, like I said, and I've gone back and forth over the years about, you know, it's all elected, but the citizens on there, and they're citizens. Now on the other side, they're not elected. But I think it is important though to have outside influence or opinions. Yeah.
And we can be part of the discussion for the budget too. But, you know, I think there have been some things that were presented even this evening. How you know, having that discussion, even with the elected officials that are not on law board to continue that process. The problem is how early they vote. But the second thing is we can't assume that they didn't have discussions. It's not voted on the first presentation. So I think what it is presented, when the vote is taken, you have to believe that there was a lot of discussion that took place to get it down to somewhere where they did take a vote before the initial. I don't know what the initial may have been pretty high. And by the time they could vote, it was what they felt like they could vote on, like any of our other discussions. So to close and
If anyone else, anything else?
We have new appointments next year.
Yeah, and that's what we've been discussing our plan about it.
That probably will be influenced, I believe, by the appointments. The appointments will be influenced by the thinking. It's a program shift. So, and it's
Changed our process from, you know, when we were at 2019 there. You're dealing with $25 million. It's not just not just an application of the.
Everybody knows that we are asking people to apply, what's your experience with work?
It's gonna be a simple way to deal with that.
We got some sample questions.
Start the process. So this is already middle of October.
I believe that's part of December, correct?
So what you get to do? What do you do?
We'll probably take the candidates and we still gotta decide this, but do some sort of a public interview process with those questions, at least, and things in mind. Put one next to it, but, when they fill out the application specific for this, and that brings up the other series of questions that we already put together, so. And those are on the website, those are,
We have people already applying.
correct, yeah.
How many have applied, if I may ask?
I looked up before we came over.
Yeah, I think I want to say there's 6 to 8. I was thinking, you know. It's not right now.
Really hard to get CPAs to apply. Just for fun.
The knowledge in the background, just not even budgetarily, but also in law enforcement policy. And we all know where we're at socially and culturally at this point in time. So, both ends of that are extremely important in the process, but I don't know what the answer here is. I know we played teeter totter with this for 40-something years since we've done it. I know what the answer long term is, but I'd like to see us at least get to the point, where there's some kind of consistency with it. I just don't know if it's possible.
I think that's what we need to discuss with the process.
Right.
Now you do have a process. It'd be good if we had a similar process, because I do think there needs to be some type of the generic interest form to see what kind of other backgrounds questions they have. And all of us have a conversation with them, because like you said, this is a pretty important decision. It would be good to have a little bit more an idea of, and also they know what they're, jumping into. Yeah, because sometimes it's not what they expected. And you can't just say it's a noon meeting on a certain Monday that lasts an hour, because they don't. Sometimes you might have, applying for a director position. You just never know what's gonna happen.
And there can be challenges the last couple of years of the pandemic, just like everybody else did, and the social and cultural things that we've had to deal with along the way as well. So there's always something new that comes up with that. And I've heard that from both elected and non-elected officials that have served on that board in the past.
And most of them are well intentioned. They want to do right by their service on the advisory on law board and serve the community. So I think, but sometimes I have seen things where we have some, other hearings we have to have, because maybe somebody, wanted to appeal on some kind of personnel issue, and that requires additional meetings. And sometimes
Or we
we
have
make
to
sure.
hire a new director.
So we need to make sure they're aware of all of that from their end and our understanding of the budget. We'll see if they get to them.
I don't recommend being mayor and searching for a new level chair. If you're not going to search yourself compared to, the last time they hired a firm, we saved a lot of money, but the wear and tear on certain people is taking a toll.
And there's been questions over the years who needs to be on there. I think we've had a quality part. It's working.
I think they work really well.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
working.
I do. Even under Director Butler, this is the first time we've had a sexual assault, someone working in that department. And
Yeah, I think it's been great. They look.
Yeah.
Melissa.
Melissa, and we've had
They listen
options, so there's been more, but we're still doing well by it, and with the vast amount of county that they have.
It's a big job, and there's chaos around the country in police departments and their efforts to cut their funding. And so, I think we're just maintaining here as inflation, and we're trying to do the right things.
If we're done then.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah.